Okay, I think we're on.
There's people coming up.
You mean up here? Oh, I asked Chris. What else?
If we can tap two other people, anything you want. It's not a big deal, right? But it's a distraction. So if you guys, if you're leery of it, say the word. Yeah, I feel the same way. Actually, I like being a little more interactive.
That's exactly right.
If you guys are hot on it, that's fine.
Yeah, it actually helps.
Good.
I would like to welcome Susan Andrews, who's Executive Presbyter at Hudson River Presbytery, retiring this month, I understand, to come and greet us on behalf of the Presbytery.
The Lord be with you. Isn't this exciting? As Chris said, I am going through boxes and books and 40 years of files and trying to figure out how to let go of a lot of things. As I move into a new phase, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have nothing planned, so we'll see what God gives to me. But this is my presbytery. It's been my privilege to serve as the general presbyter for 9 years. And we have often met in this space because Rick and Kitty have been so generous to allow the presbytery to do many things here. It has been a privilege to be in this presbytery, partly because of the long history of justice, and particularly justice around inclusivity issues. And so it's fitting that this is here because of that long history, and it is fitting that you, the stars, the Rockstars and the Prophets of the movement toward inclusivity for all God's children should meet here and celebrate. So I was a small part of the journey along the way, and somehow it was fitting for me to be here also as I try to wrap my head around 40 years of ministry. This has been an absolute thread for me from day one, and I can't believe we are where we are. But by the grace of God, we are where we are, and the church is a new place, and the new leadership is sitting in this room along with other places, and who knows where God's going to lead the Peace USA. And I will be sitting on the sidelines watching it all and enjoying it. So on behalf of the 82 churches in this presbytery, both sides of the Hudson River, going all the way up to almost Albany down to the city, we welcome you, we thank you, and we celebrate you.
Susan. We're moving chairs around up here. I especially want to thank Susan. She invited me to preach at a General Assembly once upon a time when she was General Assembly moderator. I'm so grateful for that opportunity. Okay, we have a lost and found item right now from Mickey. Mika?
I'm right here.
Lost and found?
I'm lost. I'm not found.
Oh, okay.
So I have a little bag that's like this big, and it has a glove that I'm crocheting in it. Or a mitten. And it has my favorite crochet hook ever. So, and I don't know where it is. So if anyone's seen it, it's clear, and the mitten, I don't even remember what color it is. Green. It's green. It's green. What? No, it's not a Ziploc.
Little zipper bag.
Yeah, so there you go. Please bring it back.
Fork it over, you crochet thieves.
We want to welcome some people who have just joined us this afternoon, and one of them is a panelist that we drafted, Byron Schaefer.
Hello, everybody. It's so good to be with you. I'm Byron Schaefer, and I'm honorably retired. Spent 40 years or more in the Presbytery of New York City, now a member of the Presbytery of Monmouth in New Jersey, where I live in retirement. And I am also still teaching a course each semester at Fordham University in New York City, where I've taught since 1968, as well as having been pastor of the More Light Church from 1996 to 2006, the Rutgers Presbyterian Church in Manhattan.
Thanks, Byron. And there's a photograph of him at the 1985 Stony Point Conference on homophobia over here on the collection of photos on the side here. Someone else.
Diane Inkster and Bill.
Oh, Diane. There you go.
I am Diane Inkster. I've been involved, I guess, since I testified before the task force on Church of Homosexuality in 1976. Right? Yeah. Oh goodness, I don't know what to say. After that, I was a member of the More Light Church, Calvary St. Andrews in Rochester, New York, and part of a mission-funded program in the Presbytery of Genesee Valley called Create Justice. I then moved to the DC area, and I got involved there. Another person I was wondering about was Jean McKenzie. But for many years, when we would have gatherings of this group, Jean McKenzie and I were the only women who were there, and the rest were not women.
That's what I am.
You have to be careful how you say it these days. People get really angry about it.
Some of us were not women yet.
Someone else new? Oh, Bill. Yes.
Yes, I guess I go all the way back to times at Harvard and then on to Genesee Valley and that sort of thing. So supporting this and keeping my hand in.
And his hand in many social justice issues, not least of which was the Presbyterian Peace Fellowship.
That's right.
Anybody else new? Where are they? Raise your hands if you're new for this afternoon. Okay, okay. So this has been a very flexible schedule that we're on. And we're going to turn to page 11 and do a reading there and then move to page 14 for another one. And what I like to do is a shared leadership style of participation. So if you want to pass, you just pass the microphone to your right. I'm going to read the first paragraph. And I think I'll go back to this row because there's new people back here too. And if you'll each read a paragraph and then return from page 11 to page 14. And it's the paragraphs under "It Was the Time." This is our historical reading, so to say, to frame our panels and our discussion. As I say, if you want to pass, you just pass the microphone to your right. In 1976, the United Presbyterian General Assembly created the Task Force on Homosexuality. Quoting Pastor John Robinson's advice to the departing pilgrims, God has yet more light to break forth from God's Word.
In 1977, the Council on Theology and Culture of the Presbyterian Church U.S. reported out The Church and Homosexuality, a preliminary study that recognized 3 Christian views on homosexuality. 1, sickness. 2, sin. 3, legitimate variety of human sexuality.
The West Hollywood, California Presbyterian Church founded the Lazarus Project, the first Presbyterian ministry of reconciliation between the church and the LGBT community in 1977. Funded by the Congregation, Presbytery Synod, and the National Church, another Presbyterian ministry, the Ministry of Light / Spectrum Center for LGBT Concerns, was founded in Marin County, California in 1982.
Now we just skip to page 14.
In 1978, the United Presbyterian Church in the USA gave definitive guidance welcoming LGBT members but opposing their ordination. That's not someone. Anyway, in 1979, yes, it does say that. In 1979, the Presbyterian Church US approved the same document and policies in anticipation of the 1983 merger of the two denominations separated since the Civil War.
Stated Clerk William P. Thompson interpreted the assembly action as legally binding, and subsequent assemblies upheld his interpretation, making this the law of the land for nearly 40 years. Congregations opposed to the policy self-designated themselves more light churches. Trials against congregations and pastors who ignored the prohibition ensued.
In November of 1992, the General Assembly Permanent Judicial Commission set aside the call of the Reverend Jane Adams Spar to the Downtown United Presbyterian Church in Rochester, New York. The hearing was in Dallas, Texas on Halloween weekend. And both Lisa Largess and Janie Spar were on trial. Both were denied. Janie's call was set aside and Lisa was refused permission to seek a call.
The day itself was November 2nd, when Janie and Lisa were told no. The same day, William Jefferson Clinton was elected president. And throughout all the trial, together with Janie and Lisa, of course, was Jenny Davidson.
In the following year, 1993, the Permanent Judicial Commission invalidated the so-called grandfather clause, grandparent clause, protecting the rights of LGBT ministers ordained prior to 1978.
It was the denial of Janie's call that prompted the creation of That All May Freely Serve, a national network of ministries.
Let's join together in reading the psalm. By the rivers of Babylon, we sat and wept, remembering Zion. On the willows there among our hearts, for there our captors found us to sing our songs. Our tormentors demanded songs of joy. Sing us one of the songs of Zion. But how do we sing the song of Yahweh in a foreign land? If I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill. May my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth. If I ever forget you, if I ever stop considering Jerusalem, my greatest joy. Now we're going to turn back to page 13, and we're going to sing the second and fourth verse of Spirit of Gentleness, rather than sing all four verses. So the second and fourth verses. Spirit of gentleness, flow through the
We're gonna see. We fall down tomorrow to break ancient streets. From the knowledge of sorrow and extreme grief. Our endlessly visions are met with their eyes. Before the decisions, your people are mine. Spirit, Spirit of gentleness, spoken of winds, flowing and free. Spirit, Spirit of justice, flowing from justice, bring your mercy.
As you can see, our panel has enlarged from this morning, and we're glad to have the 2 additional speakers. So we hope to still keep this, including your responses and your questions and our own questions of one another, to 1 hour. We'll see how that goes, but we've been given some flexibility, as we all have been graciously given, to hopefully and helpfully tell our stories against the backdrop of the Presbyterian Church's story dealing with LGBT members. And we're going to go in this order. So we'll just be passing the microphone. We determined that the ordering would kind of give us a context and to reflect on what was happening in our days.
So what are your days? Could you say that out loud for everybody?
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I said that. 1970 to 1977.
And one of our online viewers has requested that people speak directly into the microphone.
Yes.
Yeah, we're live streaming, so.
I'm Georgia Wilcoxon. My journey starts in 1951, but I'm not going quite back that far. But to say that my congregation, which was a northern congregation in Bowling Green, Kentucky, united with the southern congregation. So I was a member of a union congregation since that time. That really had an influence on how I moved back and forth between the 2 denominations until they rejoined at a point after which I had stopped being in the Presbyterian Church. But in 1968, I have to go back 2 more years for context. I was fired from my local church in New Jersey, and I thought I was in the north where it was liberal, but I wasn't. I was in the north, but it wasn't liberal. And I found out the social issues like the war in Vietnam that I was fired for was really a cover for the fact that people had figured out that I was a lesbian. But they never raised that question. But the Southern Presbyterian Church thought I was innovative, so they hired me on the national staff. That was between 1968 and 73, which were pretty powerful years. And during that time, many of the women on the Board of Christian Ed were not married to men, but they lived together as housemates. And since I was the youngest bureaucrat, and I didn't know I was a lesbian because I was living in partnership with my former roommate from seminary, I gradually figured out these women needed to learn that they were lesbian, or they would stop having these strange conflicts about how they really loved each other. So I began one-to-one telling them that this was my perception. And in fact, they felt, most of them, rather liberated, and over time they came out. So this pattern of sharing personally with people became a major aspect of my work for change. In 1974, I was asked to join the program agency in New York City on the UP side. And by that time, at the very first year there, I was on the National Youth Ministry Training Lab. I was directing that. And I had a number of lesbians on the staff. So we were teaching human sexuality as one of our groups. All of the women felt led to come out, and they came out in those sexuality. And that was systematically sent around the denomination, both south and north. So I was outed, and being liberated and being outed, that allowed me to be able to join with networks such as the Presbyterian Gay Caucus and many others that I joined. So that was kind of how I worked. I helped organize something called the Presbyterians for Alternative Lifestyles. PAL. And our strategy was to come out quietly, one-to-one, write letters to everybody we knew. So we did that. At that point, I was partnered with Wynn Ledgerton, who was Presbyterian campus minister. And Wynn and I worked on that, and Chris Glosser joined us at PAL down in Atlanta. And so during that time, we began building this kind of a strategy. And by 1976, I think, I had come out to Izzy Rogers, my professor of ethics.
Yes.
And Izzy became an immediate advocate. And she could just interpret the Bible so well, and in this holistic way, a lot of people were transformed. And so the Council on Theology and Culture, then influenced by Izzy, did write this paper in the Southern States' Rights approach that said the presbytery is the organization that decides on ordination. So the presbyteries will decide. Unfortunately, in order to support reunion, a lot of the Southern liberals were willing to turn over that position paper in favor of the one we hoped would be passed at the General Assembly, which in fact did fail and was turned upside down. Meanwhile, Chris was active, and I'm going to pass time on to him.
Thank you, Georgia. And actually, what I remember our first contact was when she called me. I was debating whether to go to the 1974 General Assembly. And I, as a poor seminary student and home in California, working at a church that I worked at in college, and she offered to help me financially if I could come to the assembly. And I declined. I just didn't think I could manage it. And so that was our first contact, her offering me money. Yeah. So, and what's interesting about the connection between the so-called Northern Stream and Southern Stream was that, in fact, when we were on the task force to study homosexuality, we met with the Council on Theology and Culture of the PCUS. And they had explained their strategy, which was to allow 3 different kinds of opinions to be recognized as Presbyterian opinions, and as we read in the historical record. And it was a brilliant strategy. Us Northern Stream people really wanted to sock it to them, and did not the Southern Church, but the denomination in terms of fully welcoming LGBT people, and or voting it down. And so we ultimately split majority and minority in favor of recognizing that homosexuality was not a sin and not a bar to ordination. And the minority felt otherwise, of course. Now I forgot what else I was going to say at that point, but I started, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, well I wasn't going to talk about that, but yes, that was 1977. I was one of the first fellow seminarians in my seminary to actually get a job, and I came to work for West Hollywood Presbyterian Church as director of the Lazarus Project, the first of its kind ministry that was described earlier. And oh, I know what I was going to say. That's right. I was under care of the Presbytery of San Fernando, and so in 1974 I came out to them as gay. I was told by one of the committee members that I had a chance of a snowball in hell of being ordained by San Fernando Presbytery. And but they decided to keep me on as a candidate anyway, because Bill Silver was an openly gay candidate in New York City Presbytery, and there were other openly gay and lesbian candidates, and that comforted them that they were not alone in this dilemma. But they kept me on until I took the job with Lazarus Project, at which time they voted overwhelmingly not to allow me to labor outside the bounds of the Presbytery as a candidate. So I had to transfer my candidacy to Pacific Presbytery, which chose not to receive me until after the '78 report and the General Assembly of '78, which voted it down, and I was dropped as a candidate without ever really moving from the one presbytery to the other a month after that decision.
Thanks. I'm Susan Bryan, and as we tell these stories, I hope you'll, because my story is really personal, I hope you imagine how little tiny trickles and streams run into creeks and things get bigger and bigger. So while some of these things are going on in the denomination, I think the Spirit was moving around the church in very personal ways, even in Canyon, Texas, which is where I was living at the time. I became a Presbyterian in 1972. And in 1975, I had at that time 3 daughters, and the middle one was 3 years old, and her preschool teacher called me in because she wanted me to see a picture, a very troubling picture that my 3-year-old had drawn. I was expecting all kinds of violence, but what the assignment had been, draw a picture of your family when you're all grown up. And Julia drew a picture of a house with her and her friend Katie, and then 3 little girls. And the teacher said, she pointed out to Julia that she said, "Where is the daddy?" And Julia said, "Well, I can be the daddy, or Katie can be the daddy." She said, "Or we'll figure that out." Or we'll take turns. That was what she said. Or we'll take turns. And so the teacher said, "But Julia, you have to have a boy for the daddy." And Julia said, "Who made that rule?" She was having none of that. And so the teacher was concerned, but she got over it. But I came home with an assignment. I realized I may be raising a lesbian. And I didn't know if I knew any lesbians, and I didn't know how to raise a lesbian, being straight myself. So I went to the library, and any books had to be asked for, and I was questioned about why I might want to read those. And I have to tell you, the books I was given were not helpful. And there was nothing in my child raising books about what to do. So I thought, I've got to meet some lesbians. I want to raise my child. So if she's going to be a lesbian, I want her to be a happy, healthy lesbian. Because the little bit I did read indicated this was not going to change. So it was a good time. The women's movement was going on. And I also had to be quiet about that. I had to meet lesbians, but I couldn't really say to my 3-year-old, "Honey, you're a lesbian, so we're going to take some lesbian lessons." So I had to be a closeted parent until she came out when she was in high school. But all of that to say is that the Spirit was moving in the hearts of people, and for me, this has never been an issue. I have seen my beloved daughter's face in you and in the rest of the church, because this all happened. She was a baptized child in the Presbyterian church, and it's never been an issue. It's always been you, but she was my first lesbian evangelist.
Doris Cowan, a retired teaching elder from Baltimore. I guess actually my first introduction to the whole issue of homosexuality had to be when I was a commissioner to the General Assembly in Cincinnati in 1975. But in '76, the assembly took place in Baltimore. And by that time I was, I'd been an elder at Faith Church. I was on the Committee on Ministry, and I worked with a Presbyterian staff person who loved to tell homophobic jokes. And I challenged him, and I told him how bad I thought that was. And I shamed him into attending that hearing that was held that year. That was the very first time a hearing was held for people who were gay to come and talk about the pain that they were experiencing because they couldn't respond to God's call. And one of the people who spoke at that hearing was Chris. I didn't know him at the time, but on the other hand, we have since put together the reality that actually we were both at that same hearing. My friend and I sat cross-legged on the floor because the room was packed with people wanting to hear. And the interesting thing is that my friend's mind was changed by that experience. And that was very powerful for me. And it really started me on the journey to being an advocate. And I couldn't really act on that doing interim ministry in small churches around the country. So when I got back to Baltimore in 2003, I waded in, specifically with That All May Freely Serve.
My name is Keith Hirschberger, and in 1967, I approached the Genesee Presbytery about coming under care, and as I started Alma College in Alma, Michigan, I never heard from them again. But, and so I didn't become a minister because I realized, one, I didn't like to go to church all that much. I figured out there were more ways to be of help in the community than going to church. And so anyway, in 1971, the day after graduating, I got married because that's what I thought you were supposed to do. And after 5 years of wonderful friendship building with my wife, we released each other to fuller lives and in a loving, friendly way. And I moved to Penn Yan, New York, where I immediately became acquainted with Sam Edwards and George Doherty, who not only welcomed me, but rather lassoed me into being the live practicing homosexual for the Southern Tier, and set up a series of meetings for me to meet with individual pastors to present as a gay Christian. And it was a wonderful experience, out of which wonderful people like Warren Zay came to light and became a minister. Joanne and Ed Herman from that presbytery became very warm, welcoming people among rural gay and lesbian people in the area. And I eventually moved to Rochester, where I, with the help of Margaret Stoltman and Lila Jules and Kara Blesky, and eventually Bruce Billman and others, started PGC in our home with Lee Fisher. And the way I met Lily and Margaret was we were walking in a vigil down Monroe Avenue, and I can't remember what it was for, but I think it might have been when Harvey Milk was killed. And we were walking in vigil, and we realized we were all Presbyterians and that we had a mission to do, and so we started PGC, and eventually started talking in Genesee County, and it went on from there until 1985, when I walked out of the church and into the larger community, if you will, and so there'll be more later for that.
I grew up in a steel town in Ohio. And of course, I came from a German family. My father had served in the Korean War and World War II. And sexuality, of course, wasn't talked about very much. So really, the first time I started thinking about it was when a friend of mine, who I was very, very close to, who was Presbyterian, came out to me in high school. And, you know, we all have wonderful memories, but there's also very tragic memories too. And this person, on his birthday, I think when he was a junior in high school, went to one of these evangelical rallies that they held at our school, and the people told him that he, of course, could not be gay, not be homosexual, and that they would command the demons out of him, and he would be free. And so they laid hands on him, and they commanded the demons out and everything. And, of course, it didn't change who he was. And he did attempt to suicide because of that situation. And I was very close to him. And the thing that really started me thinking though was that he had a twin, an identical twin. And my friend, of course, came out as gay, but his brother was not. And I kept thinking, wait a minute. And at the time, you need to realize that we were all talking about, were people born this way, or was it sexual preference, or is it orientation? And there was all this language thing like it's going on now around, oh, I can't even keep track of cis and whatever. I don't know, I can't keep track of it. But there was all this language stuff around preference and orientation. So it was very confusing to me. And of course, it was also very confusing about these folks who were trying to cast out demons and all that sort of thing. By the way, my friend survived, but he wanted to go into ministry. And of course, because it was prohibited in the Presbyterian Church, he became a Unitarian minister. And he went to Star King, and he served in the church out there, but he finally did end his life. And when he was about in his 40s. So there is this whole side, you know, that goes on in our community of folks who have been very hurt and damaged mostly by the, right-wing, very, very virulent, rabid type people. And those Westboro type people have been around for a long time. The person really who inspired me to go to General Assembly and testify before the task force was Anita Bryant. That's a name from the past. She was well known because she sang the Orange Juice song for Florida Orange Juice. And she was like the prime spokesperson against homosexuality. And she was so bad, like I heard her speak and I said, I just can't stand it. I've got to go and say something. And she just said the most outrageous. She was kind of like that woman from Alaska. she was like that. She was kind of like that, for that time. And I just had to go and say something. And when I got to GA and I was going to testify, of course, I was scared to death. I was still in college. I was, at the time, my introduction kind of to women and women loving women was really through the feminist movement. And we did a lot of stuff together as feminist women, and some of the women were lesbian, they identified as lesbian, some of them didn't. It was a very fluid kind of situation. And so I was very unsure, but I had to go and say something about Anita Bryant. And when I got there, I found out that there weren't any lesbian women in the church, that they didn't exist. And that the whole thing that they were talking about were gay men. And those were the people that we were going to get, and that we were going to prohibit, of course, for being in the ministry and all those things, the bad things that they did. And of course, we were going to legalize bestiality, and they were child molesters and that whole business. So I went in and I said, well, there's men in the church who are gay, but there's women too. And it was like, I felt like a voice in the wilderness.
And I just didn't really feel that the whole group of half the population was being considered when the task force did its work. Of course, Jeannie Davidson was on the task force. She was vice moderator. She was wonderful. But she too was really oriented towards thinking that this issue was all about gay men. And so really, I want to kind of think that I've sort of set the seed for the whole thing that happened with Downtown Church and with Jeannie being called and everything, because I said, Jeannie, you really have to learn about the fact that there are lesbian women and women who love women in the church. And so secretly, I went to her hotel room, to the hotel desk, and I had a brown envelope, and I put a copy of Ruby Fruit Jungle in the brown envelope and had to put it in the vice moderator's box.
What's your name? What's your name?
Oh, my name is Diane Exter.
I'm Byron Schaefer, and I was minding my own business back in 1975 or 74, I can't remember exactly when. I was a member of the Candidates Committee of the Presbytery of New York City, and scheduled on the docket for that day was a young man by the name of Bill Silver. And so I'll never forget that particular meeting of our Candidates Committee. It was held in the West Park Presbyterian Church, as a matter of fact, Bob. And so in typical Presbyterian style, we decided that we would not decide on Bill's candidacy. He had a call. He had a call to be associate pastor for arts ministry at the Central Presbyterian Church in New York City. And we decided in Presbyterian fashion not to do anything, but to request Presbytery to send an overture to the General Assembly to request a national study of avowed practicing homosexuals. I think that was the language of the day.
Yes.
And so, as a matter of fact, the Presbytery did. I think Palisades Presbytery also, for whatever reasons I'm not quite sure, also sent an overture to the 1976 General Assembly in Baltimore. And I was sent down to listen in to what was going on at the Presbytery. And the committee that was deciding whether or not to establish such a task force had some tough discussions. I'm trying desperately to remember his name. He was a pastor of a smaller Presbyterian church in Newport Beach, California.
John Paul Jensen. Paul Rolf Jensen.
John Hoffman. John Hoffman.
Oh.
No, not John Huffman.
Paul Rolf Jensen?
No, but anyway. Is it? He was a key member of that committee.
Wasn't George Apple?
No. Anyway, so none of us are remembering his name. Anyway, I think he was the person who was most instrumental in persuading that particular committee of General Assembly that they should set up such a task force. So anyway, as a result, the 1976 General Assembly recommended that a task force be established. And Thelma Dare, the moderator, and Jean Marshall, who was the key layperson for the Committee on Social Witness, Church and Society, appointed a task force, and I was most surprised to receive a telephone call, ask if I would serve on the task force. One of the reasons I was surprised is because we wound up with 2 people from that presbytery on the task force in a highly unusual move. Bob Davidson was the other member of the task force from New York City Presbytery. And of course, my 2 years of work with that task force were absolutely formative in my own personal journey on the whole process of inclusion within our denomination. Jenny Davidson and a couple others approached me and asked if I would be willing to write the report for the task force to present to the General Assembly, the background paper. Have any of you ever seen one of these old-fashioned blue books? I still have a copy of the original blue book from the 1978 General Assembly. And then, of course, it went on to be published in this kind of format. One of the things that we did as a task force on our way to writing this report was to hold not only interviews at the 77 General Assembly, but also others around the country. And I think Keith and Lee testified at the Cleveland one, wasn't it? The Cleveland hearing that we had. And Diane also came to us. So I don't know if there are any others in the room here who testified in the year 1977 before our task force. But I think those testimonies were absolutely crucial in changing the minds of quite a number of us on the task force and being open to recommend that a homosexual orientation not be a bar to ordination. And so we made the famous report in 1978. Leading up to that, of course, a number of us were involved in dog and pony shows, going around the various presbyteries, trying to interpret the action of the task force. And of course, always you had to have balance, just like present-day media, you have to have balance. So the task force vote, I think, was 13-6. One of our members, George Edwards, was not available for that vote. He was off on sabbatical leave. So there were 20 members of the committee, but 13-6 was the vote of the task force. So the majority report was, and then also there was always a representative for the minority report at these Presbytery events. Anyway, we arrived bright and shiny at the General Assembly in San Diego in 1978. And Bob Davidson and I were there representing, among other things, New York City Presbytery as well as the task force. We weren't commissioners, just being there. And of course, Bob, in his ultimate optimism, was absolutely convinced that the 1978 General Assembly would endorse the task force report and that everything would be clear sailing from then on. Yes. When we arrived at the General Assembly and saw the composition of the committee that was to receive our task force report, it became obvious that that was not likely to happen. In those days, you know, nowadays committees are appointed by a lot. I mean, basically the computer whirls around and designates which commissioner is going to be on what. But in those days, the way you got on a General Assembly committee was to go and lobby in a particular section. And so that you wanted to be on a particular committee, and would the section please elect you to serve on that particular committee. So quite a number of people have been delegated to go to the General Assembly and to be lobbying to get on that committee. And there was a certain number of power players who did arrange to get on that committee. So as soon as one entered the room of that committee, it became rather obvious which way the wind was blowing. So anyway, the result was that that task force the Assembly Committee overwhelmingly voted to accept the minority report rather than the majority report. And then interesting thing happened. They were going to have a committee of that committee to write the report for the General Assembly. And they wanted to have representatives of the task force meet with them to help them write the report. And of course, their first choice was Richard Lovelace. Anyway, Jenny Davidson, I think, had some behind-the-scenes maneuvers to get some representative of our majority to also sit in the room with the committee as they wrote the report. So I was the designee. So it was Richard Lovelace and me working with the committee. And that was one of my more painful experiences, I must say. But the one good thing that came out of it was there was quite a mood in the committee to deep six the entire report of the task force and to make sure that it never saw the light of day beyond that particular General Assembly. And so actually, I appealed in the presence of the committee, I appealed to Richard Lovelace, and I said, look, you were on our task force, and you know that the task force unanimously adopted the background report. And are you going to tell me now that even though it was a unanimous vote of the task force to have this background report, that you're going to make sure it never gets published? And actually, he was shamed into it, so that he joined me in recommending that they not make that provision as part of the General Assembly. So at least one of the positive outcomes of that distressing General Assembly was that the background paper continued and was widely distributed to a number of people. I'm told, I don't have the figures, but I'm told it's one of the most read or most bought anyway papers that has ever been published by the Presbyterian Church. And because it was published, there were quite a number of years after the 1978 General Assembly when I was also at a dog and pony show. As each successive time something came down from the General Assembly that needed to be considered by the presbyteries, so that I had quite an active life for a number of years, visiting a number of presbyteries and trying to help change the minds and hearts of a number of Presbyterians. Fortunately, I wound up my professional career as the pastor of a more light church, and one of the great joys of my life.
I'm Janie Spar, and in 1976 and 1978, we were to study, and in Redwoods Presbytery, I was invited to come to speak to the Presbytery committee that was studying this, and in the meantime, I had become pastor at First, associate pastor at First, assistant pastor at First Pres San Rafael, and I had worked a lot with youth. And these youth came to us and really just poured. We said, this is a safe place and you can do and be anything you want. And so these kids really came out to me about all kinds of things in their life. Not so much about being gay, but just all kinds of things. And so it was safe for them. And so when it was time to give the report and so on, the committee called me and said, Janie, because you were one of the few women, remember it was such a gender issue then, you know, before we did, you know. So it was like, since you're one of the few women, will you please come and talk to us about the correlation between sexual orientation and gender identity? And I said, sure. So I waltzed into that committee ready to give one of these reflections. And the first people I saw were Bill Johnson, the first gay Christian man, the United Church of Christ, and Ellen Barrett, the first Episcopal out lesbian priest. And they started to tell their story. And I am telling you, when they were telling their story, my heart, I thought in my blouse, you know, you're thinking, my heart was beating so badly. And what finally, all those years of struggle and all of that, trying to find out, God, there they were, and there I was. And I knew that this was me. And that's when I came racing home to Jimmy and said, finally, oh my God, Jimmy, I know who I am. I'm a lesbian. And he was so relieved, you know, he was the one who kept leaving the books around the house, loving and he said, oh my God, thank God, I've known for a year. So, but that story is so true. And then we told, you all know that story, and then our boys, we told them that night, and our kids were so great. And I want to say this one thing, it's so emotional.
to be here was to think it wasn't until the trial in San Antonio when it was Chetty who had said as a little boy, "Oh, Mommy, this is so wonderful. You have yourself. Let's go tell the church." And Jim saying, "Well, honey, they're not going to be as excited as we are." And I think that moment, and then finally in San Antonio when we walked into one of these amazing churches and they were singing. Now you have to know, a lot of these couples had not been in church anymore who had married. And we all walked in there and they were singing to these couples on it, "You are beautiful to me." Well, we can't even begin to tell you what that was doing for all of us. No matter what the vote was, again, this is the third trial. It was like, but wow, we watch people's faces. Like, this is a church that is saying, yay for you. And I think for us then, but so in 77 and that time and so on, after I had somehow said something meaningful about sexual orientation and gender. And then, like I say, coming up to Jimmy, then it was really to begin to look at, so how do we go about this at this church? And we invited Bear and Shannon, her husband then. Remember, she was heterosexual then? Yeah. Bear and Shannon were my assistants, and they called us the asses of the ass. And so we said, well, what do we do? And Bear said, I know Chris Glasser, let's get him up here. So there was this amazing study with Chris and so on, and all our kids. And so I took my youth group to General Assembly, and they were all excited because queers were great, and they had met Chris, and you know, we had this great adult study that Bear had written and everything. So it was this, so we go into this assembly like, yippee! And we meet, you know, Bill Silver and Chris, Sandy Brothers. Oh my God, this is so great. And Jim and I are like, oh my God, this isn't too bad. And then we literally were absolutely decimated. The things that people were saying. And I remember Jim turned to me and he said, I'm out of here. This is too much. And I said, no. We went to a hotel across the street, and honest to God, it looked like a cave. It was like the catacombs. I'm not kidding you. And there before us were Chris and Bill, Sandy Brothers, David Sint, Roger Wilson had written a song. Remember, he had written a song. And when we walked out of there, Jim was like, I'm going home and starting Presbyterian camp. So he was just on fire because we got, hey, this is who we are. And so it was that moment then, and then after that came losing jobs and creating things. But it was that moment of just, wow. And I remember going to Sandy Brothers. She was coming up, when she had death threats and everything. You should know her story. We have to get. She was walking up a street by herself, and I remember going to her and saying to her, I promise you will never be alone on this. And when I called Chris, and this is what you remember, the people you call, and I called Chris and I said, I want you to know what's going on, and so like that. And there was a lot of silence. That Jimmy and I were going to get divorced and so on. And I remember Chris was crying. He was crying with me. And it was like, whoa, we are in for some rough times together. But it was those moments that were just so important that we're here, we're walking together. And with Jim, you know, who supported me and loved me, it was like, come on. You know, let's take this on. So, quite a time on Jim.
Journey.
Yeah.
When they announced the results of Jane's first trial on the eve of Clinton's election, so that it wouldn't make the news, I just looked at my friends and I said, "What, those fools? They just let her loose on the country." So those of you who don't think Presbyterians do things decently and order and appropriately, you got to rethink that. They did okay here. I'm just thrilled to be up here and part of this. My experience, you know, I knew Jane was lesbian from the get-go. I didn't know how to explain it, and of course, I didn't even know the word lesbian. I'd never heard of that. I knew queer, I knew all the hateful words, but I didn't know lesbian. And I knew there was something going on there. And so when it came time, when Janie was able to find herself and be who she was, and we decided to split, it was a Christmas. We were married on the 28th of December. And so she was the associate pastor at First Church San Rafael. And we thought, wouldn't it be nice? We'll send out the whole family letter. Merry Christmas. Oh, no, wait a minute. We sent out a Merry Christmas. And there's, I think you were sitting in the chair and the boys were one on either side and I'm standing behind the chair. What a great Christian family shot, huh? I had on a coat and a tie and a vest. And Jane was all spiffed out. The boys were. And then 3 days later, we sent them a letter and said, oh, by the way, we're divorcing. It's true, yeah. Yes. And we love one another. And the thing that happened for me was there were no lesbians in 1977. No, there weren't any. I know there weren't. So, of course, the church just assumed that I was gay. And I thought, there's no reason to fiddle with their beliefs. But what I learned was pretty harsh, okay? And, folks would get up and move when I sat in the pew and they'd cross the street to avoid me and they wouldn't talk to me. And it's good to have that experience. It really was good to have that. It put me in the right frame of mind to understand what was happening around me. To understand Chris, to understand all those folks, Bill Silver. One of the things that being part of this has done for me is I had lunch with Bill Silver, and it wasn't an in-depth thing, but he was my friend. And we sat there, and I can count him and all the others, and that would not have happened, all right? And one thing I know absolutely is certain, that if Janie had not trained me, there would have been no Jackie in my life. So I'm ever grateful to all you lesbians and gays out there. You set me on the path to the greatest family a person could have. Thank you.
I think I should hand it to you. Okay. Well, like Byron, I was minding my own business in seminary. And in I think the end of 76 and 77, I became Janie's assistant or intern at the San Rafael Presbyterian Church. Yes, the ass is ass. And we had staff meetings every Wednesday morning, and so I don't know if the church ever actually did any work, but our staff meetings were related to Janie kind of talking with us about her situation, sort of uncomfortable, not, and then Jimmy and I might be getting a divorce, and I said, oh my gosh, that's a shame. Why are, may I ask, why are you getting a divorce? And she said, yeah, we just love each other too much. I said, I don't think that's going to fly. It's not a good role model for Christian marriage. So we talked more, and Janie then said, I'm a lesbian. And I felt probably like Paul on the road to Damascus. I felt like I ran into a brick wall and the scales fell from my eyes, and I said, oh really? So let me get this straight. No, I didn't say that. I said, wow, and that changed my life. It really changed my life. And I knew from that instant that there was just no question, there was no turning back. And so I said, what are we going to do? I was in seminary, let's do a study. Meanwhile, I did my second internship at the West Hollywood Presbyterian Church with Chris. I mean, I'm my heterosexual ally, I guess, thrown into the deep end. So Chris and I had gotten to know each other, and Chris was on the task force, of course. And the moment that Blue Book got out the printing presses, we got one, and we gobbled it up and used that as the basis of the study, knowing, of course, that this was going to be the law of the land in the Presbyterian Church, so we should all know what it says. And it was really a dandy study. And then, of course, there was the General Assembly and the youth group. That made me reflect one other thing. I was also a candidate under the care of San Fernando Presbytery. Chris and I were candidates at San Fernando at the same time. And after what happened to Chris happened, I was scared to death to be examined by the committee. I was still straight at the time, but I was the first woman that they had examined, and and the stories that I had heard from other women in different presbyteries was pretty horrifying. It was horrible. And so I really prepared myself. I reread the Bible and the Book of Order and the Constitution and John Calvin. So I was really ready. And I'll never forget, I went into the candidates committee, sat down, they all looked at me, and I looked at them, and I was sweating. And finally the chair said, well, Bear, we've known you ever since you were little. It's great to have you here. And I said, well, that's terrific. And they said, well, I don't think we have any questions. Let's see. And then they said, oh, one question they asked me was, what does it feel like to be Sally Ride's sister? Sally Ride's sister. That was the only question I was asked. And, I was grateful, of course. But it gave me a little sneak preview into what heterosexual privilege was. And that they just didn't have a clue what to do with women candidates as well. So that was a very interesting time. I didn't turn gay until 95. And I know that this is the 70s group, but let me say that I've had two experiences of running into the wall and having, probably three, but anyway, two that I'll tell you about. The other was when Lorene and Scott Anderson and I were sort of the key strategists for More Light Presbyterians. And boy, over happy hour tonight, we can tell you many, many, many really wild stories. But one of them was, I can't remember what I was going to say. I just was just having this. Oh yeah, so that was the time. Senior moment. That right. This was when we were discussing whether or not we would say LGBT or just stick with gay and lesbian. And the three of us pretty much agreed you need to stick with gay and lesbian because, otherwise it would be a disaster. And I believe that was the language that was going around. It would be a disaster because nobody knows what bisexual and transgender are. And there would be all that education that we'd have to do, and it would set the movement back and blah, blah, blah. And I had just met Susan Craig on the campus of San Francisco Theological Seminary. We got along quite well and went out to dinner. And over the second bottle of wine, she said, by the way, you guys are really involved in strategy. Why do you just say gay and lesbian and not bisexual? And I said, well, bisexual, it would be a disaster to say bisexual. She leaned in and said, I'm bisexual. And that so, God does indeed put up brick walls and things for us to do. Final thing, I am so grateful to have been on both sides, the heterosexual ally and of course one of us. My observation is that it's a lot more joyful to be on the queer side nowadays, last 15, 20 years or so, because you realize that in internalizing all of this stuff that we've gone through, if you can't grasp the grace and the joy, I I don't know what to say. And just in conclusion, let me say, I mentioned last night, our children and grandchildren. My daughter is streaming live. Everybody say hi to Kate. Hi, Kate. She wanted me to tell you, and she wrote a little note, and I don't have it with me, but she wanted me to tell you. She's a lesbian, married to her beloved partner, Whitney. She wanted to say thank you, because even though she doesn't have anything to do with church anymore, as so many of us don't, she is really aware that it's the work, the love, the grace, the perseverance, the hope of us, of you, of all of us, that made it possible for her now to be married and as happy as she can possibly be. So that's the message from Kate.
On the count of three, we'll say you're welcome, Kate.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
You're welcome, Kate. I love you, Kate.
Say your name for the mic.
Oh, Bear Ride. Or if you knew me before, bring me a glass of wine after 5 and I'll tell you. If you knew me before 95, I was Barry Scott. If you knew me after 95, I was Bear Ride. If you knew me before 77, I was Bear Ride too.
Boy, this is a deal having to end this group. There, Jackie Spar, and there I was minding my own business in 1975, and Janie came as the assistant pastor of First Presbyterian Church, and I was on staff there as their financial secretary. And like the whole world, I fell in love with Janie. And it was soon after that she came out to me, and that was my brick wall. I'd never even had to think about the subject. It wasn't, I need to tell you, I was homophobic as hell. Didn't think I was, but the first thing I said to her is, my God, you're not going to tell the session. And it took me 5 years to really realize how, I don't know how long it took, 5 years to know how homophobic that was. I had no clue. Then the study came along. I met a lot of wonderful people. Actually, the youth group came along, and these women that I knew in church and loved, Susie Brostoni, who you know has been my 40-year best friend, and they started coming out. And Cindy, Lorna, oh my God, the church was falling apart. People were getting divorces all over the place. But all I knew was the people that I knew and loved were being hurt in terrible ways by an organization that should have loved them. Never occurred to me that Christ did not love them and all of us. And anyway, that was then Jim and Janie got a divorce. We were friends. I was on session, and Jim started the organization. What was it, Jim?
Presbyterians for Human Rights.
Yes, and in his living room. And we were in the closet. And then it just has kept going since then. I mean, there's never been a day that there wasn't something. And Jim Rigby said that it formed him. That wasn't his words. That really has been who I am. Thank you. I mean, this has been a wonderful trip. I usually bawl my eyes out when I'm talking to people about this.
But it's good to be here. Thank you.
We've used our hour, but I'm going to use the fact that I have the microphone to see if there are any comments or questions that you have of one another or that you have. Any statements, questions? Please identify yourself.
I'm Bruce Billman. I'm so glad to be here. How about tears? I am so grateful to have known Virginia Davidson,
Amen.
who listened to me and didn't laugh one day. She and I used to have private Bible study. She used to say, unbushel your light. That's good exegesis. And she did that. She unbusheled her light, and I tried to do the same. When I was at Christ Church of the Hills in Rotterdam, I had a picture made. I'm not very artistic. You see it over there. It's of the turtle woman. Because Virginia Davidson believed that turtles make progress only if they stick out their necks. And there she is, going to the San Diego assembly that we've heard so much about. And she was sticking out her neck again. And one time, Janie Spar gave me a tie. Now, she didn't name it, but I call it my living out loud tie. And I'm so grateful for all the people that have lived out loud, personed the issue, and had the courage to fight.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bruce.
I'm Dan. Just for those who may not recognize, there are only 2 gay men in this group. And all the rest of the gay men in this group died in the AIDS health crisis. Hugely absent in some ways, but yet really present with us.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thanks to everybody. In the late 60s, Merrill Proudfoot authored an article, and he used the pseudonym Calvin Gay. Does any of the Byron or anybody remember what that article was about? Was that in Presbyterians Today? I just want to get our history, and it really does go back to the late 60s. Does anybody remember that history of that article?
I think it was in Monday Morning. Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't it 69?
It was, no, I think it was around the time of the task force. Yeah.
I have a question about how this is structured. Is this the only time we'll get to talk to these people as a panel?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So these people span the whole 40 years. And I'd like to ask a question that has to do with the whole 40 of someone. Okay. Janie, your ties in your ministry to people as a pastor, for those of us that have gone through this personally, what do you see are the threads for reconciliation?
A reconciliation that speaks.
For those who've had to leave.
In other words, can you find us a job?
I think
so many have gone, and with great, that the Presbyterian Church couldn't be there for you is so much sadness for so many of us who are still here. And you did such a healthy thing for yourself. So I guess my question to you would be, I think this is one of the reasons why we're having this reunion, is to say thank you for your amazing witness, for the amazing people that are here who I love so much, who have gone on to MCC, Unitarian Church, Quaker, so many who are doing witnessing and could do your work because you're so gifted. I mean, that was my horror, is that friends of ours weren't able to serve, who have the most amazing gifts. And so, how can we, how can you know what it means to us that you did such a healthy thing for yourselves? And it's just taken so long for this church to do the right thing. And we're so sorry. And I think just to say thank you to you. And is there a ritual that we can do? Is there something that we can do so that you are honored along the way as being a part of this huge movement? I mean, it's everybody that has gone is as much a part as everybody that's here. It is because of your witness, and you're saying, no, I won't be abused anymore, that I think is something so important in this whole story. So I don't know if I'm.
My question was loaded. There is a piece of unfinished work, and that is reconciliation. That is the message of the gospel. And the work that was done at General Assembly in 10 and now in 14 goes from now forward. But the unfinished work of reconciliation, there are those out there that might reconsider coming back, but that work is still not done in the polity.
Does one of the panel members want to respond further?
For me, it's a matter of taking this one story of the Bible wherever we go. For me, it's beyond Christianity into all the different religions. It's beyond the church as we know it to the people of God everywhere. It's all of those wherever we are that need this commitment of service and acceptance and seeking transformation.
Yeah.
I would make another comment, and that is that it's wonderful to have all of the people here, even those who have chosen to leave the Presbyterian Church for wonderful reasons. But I would remind you that it is the people that have remained in the church that have been able to bring pressure and to do the work that has resulted in the ordination of ministers and elders and deacons, and also the marriage amendments. If we were not still in the church, we would not have had a voice.
And some of us would not have had a job if we'd remained in the church. Beth has something.
So, and that was one of the things I wanted to say, Jamie, in what you were talking about, you said very quickly as a side note, and the jobs we lost. And I want to highlight that part for a minute, because being where I am at this point in time, I have seen you and known you long enough to know the true cost in your life of the jobs you lost and the jobs you weren't able to take. And, we think of that in terms of just not being able to do the things we love, our livelihood, but there has been a huge and true financial cost as well on your retirement, on absolutely everything. And you bore that cost because you were out. And so you, plural, all of you who have done that, you were willing to bear that cost. And there are many others who protected themselves by not coming out and protected jobs and retirement and all of those things in a different way. And that was their choice. But I think we need to lift up and say and name that you paid a tremendous price in every aspect of your life. And I mean, it's terrible. And the rest of us have benefited from that. Do you know what I'm saying? We're here, we're partly where we are in our church because you were willing to be out in that way. So, yeah, well, but I just want to say thank you, and I want us to know the true cost for so many. I'm using you as the example because you were the one speaking, but for so many.
I just want to respond. I've lost 3 jobs for this, but let me tell you, when I would speak, and Chris knows, when we would speak to a lot of the groups, this is what I would say. I've lost 3 jobs, but I found my life. And we have 2 sons, but 2 sons. And I would rather Jimmy and Chetty say, well, she lost her job, but Mom has her son. And I think it's worth it so much that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But if you don't have yourself, then what the hell? Right. Heaven. That's Jimmy.
Yeah, I just want to say that had this not gone on the way it did, I would not have you. I believe that you're at my back, all of you.
I think Bear wanted to.
Yeah, just in quick response, what we have now in the Presbyterian Church, of course, is our polity back. You know, it's intact now, like it hasn't been for 40 years. But that doesn't, of course, mean that the battle is won. As you know, for those of us of a riper age, it really does feel like back in the early days for the ordination of women. Well, women could be ordained, but you couldn't get a job because it was too controversial, but it's going to be like that for a long time, except for those, wildly fabulous, more like churches out there and other progressive Presbyterian churches that, are willing to fall in love with someone and say, yes, you will be our pastor. But those are few and far between. So there's still a question, and this is a question that Susan and I still deal with. Actually, we pretty much decided it. We have to save our own spiritual lives as well. So we do worship at All Saints Episcopal Church because it's too much like putting your heart out on the chopping block again, often to go to a Presbyterian church. Even moderate and friendly Presbyterian churches, it's still dangerous. It's still dangerous, even though the polity has been, won back unto us. I see Lorene, certainly, Katie, and Lisa, and folks just saying, a lot has been lost, but again, a whole lot more has been gained with integrity and, and all that.
Diana Besmar Bailey. Last night I jokingly said Janie made me come. I need to correct that. Janie invited me to come and I was honored. I was a refugee in the Unitarian Universalist movement until the Stoll Project came with clout to Madison, Wisconsin. And one of the ministers at the church, the UU church where I worked, went there. She was so moved. She preached a sermon a while after that at the church where I was a member. And she was talking about Unitarian Universalism as a refuge for people, including, because of the Stoll Project being there, GLBT people. And she said, in fact, there's one of them right there. She walked over to me and took off her stole and put it around me. I was no longer a refugee. I was a Unitarian Universalist. On the Sunday after the vote went over the top on ordination thing being lifted, we do candles in our congregation for joys and sorrows. The people in my congregation know I was a Presbyterian minister in a previous lifetime. And I lit a candle and I said, the Presbyterian Church has lifted the ban on gay and lesbian ordination. There was a standing ovation. What you do ripples throughout the entire world, but certainly my world. Thank you.
Babs is going to speak, and then we're going to, at Ray's suggestion, have a break and come back and continue talking with the panel, asking them about the future of the denomination or the broader church. And we're going to sing a little song after Babs speaks, and Barry is at the piano. That little Jewish melody in your program is the one we're going to sing.
I just wanted to respond to the question about some of us who might want to re-enter the process and let you know what I experienced in re-entering the process. Our stated clerk of the General Assembly was contacted because our Presbyterian Committee on Preparation for Ministry had no idea what to do. And our stated clerk sent back this response: you might have her go back to seminary. Because it's been all of these years. You might have her go back and be re-examined psychologically because it's been all these years. And you probably should have her retake her ordination exams because it's been all of these years, and she could have turned into who knows what in all of those years. Fortunately, my committee did not choose to do that. My committee said, even though they couldn't find the records because it had been all those years. But they had the word from the person who was chair of that committee back at that time, who said, yes, indeed, her psychologicals came back fine. Yes, indeed, she did complete her seminary education. You've got her diploma, her transcript. And yes, indeed, she was certified ready to seek a call because she had passed all of her ordination exams on the first try. So let's move forward. But that is the response as of 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, I can't remember the exact time when we started all this, that we got from General Assembly. So that is the battle yet to be fought.
Thank you, Babs. Barry is going to lead us in this song, and we're going to take a 10-minute break and return at 3:15, if you're willing and able.
Do people know this because the words don't match the music? But the words don't match the music. The music won't help you unless there's somebody here that can lead this. What is it?
We sat down and wept, for this time. We remember.
It's around.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do at least one more time. You don't need to be yes, we did. Well, but I'll sing, but I don't think this helps. Yes, it does. All right. It does help. All right. Yeah. We sat down Keep going. Running round? Yeah. We can do it. But I can't Oh, we
No,
don't
no,
do
no.
that.
We'll break
We'll break up.
We'll do it.
This is fun. This is, and I can't do this anymore right now. I'm be doing it. Let's get this on video.
And our 10 minutes will begin at the conclusion of the song.
We sat down and wept, for Jesus on. We remember, Jesus on.
Great time, great time. Great time. Great time.
We'll get another chance to sing this later, so let's take a break. 10 minutes from now.
Ready to stop the stream? Okay. Thank you for doing that. Oh, I don't remember that.
Has anybody seen Janie's blue cane around? Ah, there it is.
We had it here with your right hand. Well, I spelled it wrong the first time. And said, "You sure it's right?" And I checked it. Bounding in this wall on the left.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm sitting in awe. Mary, I got some.
It might just be the three of us.
I'm sitting there.
Nobody wants it unless they want it. Yeah.
it's great. I mean,
What's that cost? Just live stream.
they cost about. That's actually the.
But you're not, is the sound being picked up? You can be in the camera.
Well, it's picking up the mics. It's picking up the mics.
But you're not using it like.
Yeah, I'm using this mic. That was amazing.
Thank you. Anytime somebody wants to pay my way for the trip, I mean, what the hell? And feed you and have good friendship.
Ray, what's next on the agenda? The race report at the time there's
That's why you are where you are.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Well, we didn't.
Oh, is there something? Is there something tonight?
Oh, there's worship.
That's the only thing.
Worship. There's this song we didn't do. Change. Or that would be great to do. Okay. As we close this.
All right. Okay, let's get that.
So it's many gifts, one spirit. We'll close with that. Okay.
I just discovered the very man. Facebook, it must be true. I had a strategy that we I remember just had I remember Scott Anderson.
Chris.
That's right, we had done our, like 1 minute, you know, and it was fabulous. And then yeah, you know, whatever, you gotta do it. However, Scott and I were still.
Calling all panel members, please return to your seats. Calling all panel members. Jesus has a special message for you. Okay, we have a couple of people who have joined us. If you would introduce yourselves and say something about yourselves, what brought you here? There are, oh, there's one, Eileen.
Hello, I'm Eileen Smith, and I'm from Rochester, New York, by way of San Antonio, Texas. And I'm here from being part of that All May Freely Serve in Texas, and then brought me to Rochester.
Who's the other?
Beth Cyber.
Welcome. We ask you to introduce yourself. We've done this and just say hello and where you're from and what brought you here first.
Thanks, Chris. Beth Seberg, and I drove in with Eileen from Rochester, New York today. I'm a member at Third Presbyterian there, and I've been on the board of that All May Freely Serve for a lot of years, and it's wonderful to be here with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. We want to take a moment of silent prayer for Jack Hartline Sanchez's mother, who's suffered a fall, and Jack is trying to figure out whether to go to her or not. So he's the one who's been taking the photographs, many of the photographs, so there are other photographers here obviously as well. But let's just take a moment of silence to pray for her and pray for Jack. Amen. So we resume we need that microphone for the panel. Ray suggested, I think this is a good one, we want to move this into futuring a little bit and talk about the future of the church, the broader church, and the Presbyterian denomination specifically, and our continuing relationship, ongoing relationship with the church. So maybe you could focus your questions to the panel in that area so that we can begin thinking about the future as we speak from the past. Oh, you had a question earlier. It may not have to do with that, so.
I just had a comment on the discussion about, I'm Susan Hart, Genesee Valley Presbytery and from Scottsboro Union Presbyterian Church. And that was that I serve on the Committee on Ministry, and we just recently had a woman who had been ordained as a Presbyterian minister and then left to become UCC and was working as the chaplain at the University of Vermont, and came to us and said she really missed her Presbyterian roots and would like to request transferring her membership back from the UCC to the Presbytery. And we received her with open arms. She explained to the Presbytery why she left, and the integrity that it took to leave, and the integrity it takes to come back, and owned her pain and owned her lesbian self and her marriage, and the Presbytery affirmed her. But there she did not have to find another job, because the U of R did not care which denomination she was affiliated with, and so her call would transfer because it was already a validated ministry. But it was something that happened within a month of the decision. So anyway, that's
news. Thank you. Rebecca Reyes has joined us, and if you'll say something about yourself and what brought you here. Everybody's saying hello and where you're from. And what brought you here.
Great. Rebecca Reyes, and I'm from Durham, North Carolina, where, the news has been Duke won the 5th national championship. If you're for Duke, I happen to be for the other lighter blue, but I bring you greetings from Durham and Durham Community Church of Reconciliation in particular, the More Life Congregation, and congregation that continues to try to be as breaking ground as possible. And it's a great pleasure to be here and a privilege, and I feel extremely humbled to be in this midst.
Thank you, and I'm humbled by anybody who can speak athletic. My partner can. He's been watching those basketball games all week too. So, yes.
You know what I'm going to say. It seems, as I look at the lands, I'm here in Swenson from Atlanta, Georgia, by the way. As I look at the landscape of what's happened over the last 3,000 years, including what's happened over the last 30 years. Only you could say that, Lisa. seems to me that somewhere at the center of all of this struggle is the issue of gender itself. That it's about, it was troubling to me to learn, that there were two genders in the Old Testament. There were men and not men. And how much we still live in a culture that practices as if that were true. And just looking globally at what's happening in the world, along with the United States, is troubling because it seems like the issue is coming to a head in many places. And it seems to be, a way that this is moving. And I'm not exactly sure what that has to do with the future, but it seems to me that it's going to have something to do with this.
Who on the panel would like to respond to that?
I just can't believe we're still fighting the abortion battle.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Reproductive rights, I mean, it just feels like we're going backwards. I do want to respond to Babs when they told her that she might need to go back to seminary and places like that. I think we need to let our stated clerk know that Babs was ready for the church wasn't ready for him, and perhaps he needs to go back to seminary. And maybe we should give them some reading lessons, but that's all.
Any other comments about gender?
We start the continuum at 1970, but we all started somewhere. So with regard to gender, I remember being that little child who, as I said last night, skipped Sunday school and crept up the back steps to go to the choir loft to watch the service because I loved it so much. Well, I had such faith in my elementary years that I could move a mountain if I had the faith of a mustard seed. So every night I went to bed and prayed that I'd have a vagina in the morning. And I woke up and I guess I didn't have enough faith. And I was, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, having this conversation with God and no one else. But there are people like me for whom that's still true. They're still in your churches. They may be my age. I put that away at about age 11 or 12 and buried it as dead until I was 50 years old. And I've now enjoyed 15 years emerging as a trans person. And who's said they're trans here, but there are a lot of people you have no idea are transgendered because we fall on a continuum, much like that Kinsey scale of 1 to 6 or whatever it was that we used to say. Well, gender is not a fixed thing. When I fill out a form, male or female, it depends on the date, kind of thing. So I'll just say that we are everywhere and keep thinking.
Thanks, Keith. Anyone else want to comment on gender? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex McNeil, and my question for this fabulous group of our folks who really started this movement, I'm curious, what lessons do you want us to carry forward as we move into the next stage of organizing? What lessons feel important for us to carry forward? No pressure.
Yeah. Actually, I was sort of asked that question at the break. And, my professional life, other than the 10 years I was a pastor of a more like church, I've been a Bible professor. And so I referred to the dog and pony shows that I did, I don't know how many times.
And every time what the presbytery wanted me to do was to comment on biblical texts and how the Old Testament and New Testament provide a basis for the inclusion. And I did that. I think I did it faithfully. But I think I could probably count on the fingers of two hands the number of people over the decades who came up to me and said that I persuaded them. So I guess my advice that I've learned is that there's absolutely no substitute for LGBT persons telling their stories and offering their witness. It's been that has changed the hearts and minds of people. And as LGBT people become more visible, more bold, daring, offering not only their skills and services, but also their personal testimony and sharing something in their lives and their loves, that as that happens, I think we will see some gradual movement in the church. You know, I don't think the church has changed that much. The votes are there, but I don't think the minds and hearts of ordinary people have been changed all that much. And so we have now approved the possibility of marriage, but until such marriages actually happen and congregations experience them and people experience them, I don't think there'll be much change from tolerance to welcome. And I think that's the transition that needs to be undertaken in the next 40 years from tolerance to welcome.
Any other panel members want to respond to the question?
And I just want to reiterate, I think, what you're saying, Aaron. Relationships are everything. Loving people through their fear, personing the issue, whatever that may be, but really broadening it. Our work on race and class and gender, along with all of this, is a responsibility that we all have to survive in a world that is in a lot of trouble. And so it's relationships and it's understanding systems of oppression and how they work. The people in power label people of less power, and to how we reframe. One of the things that Bear brought up here was when people would come to us and say, let's just do the L and the G, and we were so clear that unless everybody comes in, it doesn't matter. So it was the LGBTIQ, whatever it is, whatever, and that's our mantra. We all come in together or we don't come in. Or rather, why don't we invite everybody in here? You know, so it's who frames the questions, who's got the answer. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot about power. And until we look at that, power is good, but it's reframing, renaming, and defining ourselves, whoever ourselves may be around this world. It's letting people define who they are and not who we think they are. So that's just something.
I'd like to make a comment.
I thought Diane was about.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Gina was saying. I guess the new word now, the old word used to be solidarity, but now the new word is intersectionality. And I think this is so important, you know, that we not only, I have met the most incredible people in this movement that I've met in my life. And, you know, as was mentioned before, some of them now are not here because they were taken from us by AIDS. And I mean, Roger and Warren Zay and, you know, all these folks, they were just wonderful people. But we have to embrace the people in the margins in every portion of society, especially poor people. I mean, the poverty is just crushing people in this country. And dealing with racism, if you look around, and I don't know very many gay Black men from the time that we were active, but there are a number of lesbian Black women, and they're not here. We've got to work on everybody, like what Jane was saying, but everybody from poverty, from race, from gender, and climate change, or there won't even be any of us here. So that's just, and the area that I am active in now is in disability rights and the human rights of people with psychiatric disabilities. And we are going so far backwards. I mean, the things like Sandy Hook, I mean, it's just now if you say that you have any kind of mental health problem, you're automatically a mass killer. And so we're there's groups that are being left behind. And we can't leave anybody behind, because the people in this movement were the most amazing, wonderful people. And there's people like that all over who are marginalized, who we need. So that's what I would like to see in the future, is just bring what the success that we have had, a little bit of success, to everybody in the society, and don't leave them behind. Don't let them just talk about what we're going to do for the middle class in America, or what we're going to do for white people or Black boys or whatever. It has to be everybody.
Two things. One is that in Baltimore, 2 years ago, the people in my church were invited to join with our friends in the Roman Catholic Church across the street to work together for the Gay Pride weekend. And they paid all the fees. And we now have put together a group that is called Faith Communities of Baltimore with Pride. And when we meet, and we've decided, by the way, to meet not just once a year, to have Gay Pride just once a year, but to continue, because we had a worship service last year right after the end of the Pride weekend, and the theme of it was "We Are Family." And we felt that so keenly that we decided that we needed to continue meeting during the year, because Gay Pride needs to be observed more than one weekend a year. And the composition of that group is, I think, probably at least a third African American. And we have several African American churches that participate with us, that meet with us. And it's the next meeting is going to be at Faith Church on the 22nd, and I'm responsible for making sure there's coffee and tea and all those kinds of things for people to enjoy. And it's exciting to be a part of that. And there are 6 Presbyterian churches that are involved. There are 6 Roman Catholic churches at this point. There are 2 synagogues. And there are Methodists and United Church of Christ and Unitarian and Unity and a couple of non-denominational groups. And the night we had our worship service, we even had Wiccans represented. So I want you to know that there are efforts to really pull together the community in support of Gay Pride in Baltimore. And the other thing I want to share is the fact that I've been a member of Preparation for Ministry for about 6 years. And we recently had a fellow who came to us from the PCA who wanted to become a Presbyterian, a PCUSA. He's been a Presbyterian a long time. He was ordained probably 25 years ago. He is an not out gay man who hates the way Scripture is, the understanding of Scripture is enforced by the PCA Church. And he came to us and we worked with him and had those same questions, you know, would he have to take the ordination exams, and would he have to have, he did go for another psychological evaluation. And the day that we voted on this, and of course it had to be passed by, I think it was a 3/4 vote. And he was dumbfounded at this presbytery meeting. He'd never attended a presbytery meeting quite like the one we held that day because of the mix of people. He was used to presbytery meetings in the PCA, which were all elderly white men. And the racial mix, the age mix, including some fairly young people, and the spirit that was present that day. There was no question about the vote because he was approved unanimously to become a member of the PCUSA. And we were thrilled for him and happy for him. And who knows, there may be others.
Jackie, did you have something you wanted to add?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it was there.
Oh, there. I saw a motion on that side of the panel, so I wasn't sure.
All this white hair over here.
It's all a blur.
I think it's in answer, in my personal answer to response to you, Alex, is we are a fearful people, and there's nothing that stifles the spirit or change or anything more than fear. I think we've overcome the polity issue, but we still haven't overcome the fear issue. And I think what we all can do, but really for you younger people, which is anyone under the age of, what, 55? Yeah, 65. It's really important. I mean, churches really want younger people. You know, they really, really, really want younger people. They need them, but I mean, churches need everybody, but they really want younger people. It's so important for everyone, I think, but especially I think for younger people, but no, really for everyone, to make it clear that if you're visiting a church, if you attend a church, for you to go to the pastor, don't just make a comment, you know, to someone else, but go to the pastor and say, you know, I'm not feeling safe here. I'm not feeling that there's a welcome or a place for me here, and here is why, and let them know. And this is true not only for queer issues, but certainly how many churches still do not have inclusive language. Good heavens, I think we all need to go up to the pastor and say, you know, I really cannot worship here. You know, I cannot worship here because the language excludes me and it gets in my way. We need to not be afraid to say that, because if we don't say it, no one is going to say it, and things will not change. The only thing that changes fear is love, and you know, we have to do it in a in a loving spirit. But we need to shine the light on places where exclusion still exists, and change can happen. It's a process. You know, the joke, how many Presbyterians does it take to change a light bulb? Actually, it started out, how many Princeton graduates does it take to change a light bulb? The answer is change. It's shining the light.
Barry had a question.
Actually, there's another answer to that. That's 1, to change the bulb, and 5, to form a committee to celebrate how great the old bulb was. Just like the U.S. Congress had to apologize to Japanese people for their internment in World War II, is there a possibility that maybe we as a group, or maybe our respective organizations that all may freely serve, or more like Presbyterians, should ask the Permanent Judicial Commission of the General Assembly for an apology for what they did to Jamie and to Lisa and so many other people?
Or somehow like the reconciliation that they didn't somehow,
Yeah.
throw on the same piggyback.
I don't think we should wait for them to apologize. I think we should send them a loving letter that says, "We forgive you."
I don't think so. But I think Lisa Bove, I think, just said, I think that's what I heard you say, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where people can actually, people who have changed their minds, you know, are, you know, just, it's wonderful. But I think we need that. We can't just say, okay, that's over, let's, you know, fine, whatever. It's a serious thing, and for whatever the next issue is going to be that faces the church, you know, if we can set up some sort of truth-telling event, moment, series of events, whatever, you know, that would really be wonderful.
So there's conversation going on in various parts about creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission of some sort, in part about LGBT issues, but also in holding the church accountable for colonialism and for racism. And so in speaking of intersectionality, the more we can kind of work together on that, and you know, I think we can make the church a lot healthier place if we begin to look at being accountable as a body for the way we have participated in oppression of all kinds. And I think like this is the opportunity for us as a LGBTQ movement to really show who we can be as allies in helping move the church forward in its conversation about race and systems of oppression. So anyway, those conversations are really bubbling around, and so I really encourage everybody who has some energy for it to sort of, you know, start promoting the idea and sort of work on the grassroots level to kind of see what's possible.
Where, Lisa, where are they bubbling around?
So I was a part of a conversation here in December with a group of women, the folks were invited from around the country to sort of talk about what the future of the church might be and how we could get there. And that was one of the ideas that we came up with. And then it came up at Next Church. I wasn't there, but I sort of heard about it from those quarters too. So I don't even know like who to point to as a kind of key person on that, but this is something that I've heard about in the last 3 or 4 months. Yeah.
I think perhaps we should appoint a committee while we're here.
Yeah.
But also, I would love to see additionally, and I think I'm serious, seeking reparations.
Yes.
Because how many of us, besides just losing our jobs, lost pensions? We have no we have pension that's that much, so that's going to affect us until the end. And so this is a very serious thing. It's not just a matter of, can you be ordained or can you not be ordained? Can you have a job? Can you not have a job? But if if you're cut off at a point in ministry, there are implications.
I just want to say I agree with everything that's been said about this, but I also find that this is going on every time we gather. There's always new people who say, I thought the other way before, and this is what changed me. And so we are running our own little Truth and Reconciliation Commission right here, an opportunity for people to repent and change and to be open to our experience as LGBT people. And I like the idea of broadening it to racism and sexism and all the other isms that divide us. And Molly is that.
My name is Molly McGinnis. I'd like to hear from y'all about ways that you can, as more seasoned pastors, encourage churches to actually hire first call queer people who are coming out of seminary. Because the reality is that by necessity, most of our out queer people are first call because 10A has been so recent. these more like churches that we expect to be the ones who are going to pave the way. The one that hosted the More Like conference last year just hired a straight man as their pastor. So if we can't count on our More Like churches to do the work to hire these first call queer pastors, then who can we count on? And what are some ways that the people in this room can have those conversations?
Thanks, Molly. And in responding to that question, if you'll keep your answers brief, because we're supposed to bring this to a close by 4, that's in 5 minutes. So
I just wanted to sort of say something about what Bear was saying. I really don't know if this is possible, but in the last 6 years, I've been caregiving for my parents. And right now, my mom has very serious dementia. And I caregive for her 12 hours a day, usually at night. And it really concerns me about all of the, gay, lesbian, transgender, whoever, who don't have any family and who are, now we've got this whole generation of our generation. And what's going to happen because they're so isolated, they don't have family, and if they need caregiving, if they have dementia, what's going to happen to them? And one of the things I was wondering is whether it might be possible to open up the Presbyterian home system to some of the people who weren't able to contribute to pensions or have pensions, because there is a whole system out there, and I'm eligible for it just by being a clergy spouse. But it might be a possibility of at least for some people who are denied ordination to have a place to go if they need it in coming years.
Molly, thank you. What you've challenged me to do, I used to be a Presbyterian elder in a congregation who now has an open pulpit. I'm going to go visit the session and explain to them what they did not do for my generation can now be done.
Amen.
You know what? Go ahead. I have plenty of time to talk. Dwayne wanted to.
Oh, I thought you said Jane.
Dwayne.
I'll be very quick, I promise, no more than a minute and a half. I just want to say at 4 o'clock I've got to get on the road. But I wanted to say very, very briefly, I want to talk a little bit about my experience here, to sit and to hear the stories and to just be almost a fly on the wall and some of these recollections and reminiscences. And, do you remember that task force? Yeah. Do you remember that report? Yeah. Do you remember that protest? Yeah, we got arrested together. We shared a paddy wagon. I just want to say, my entry ramp into this movement is less than a year back. I'm barely on the highway, maybe a quarter of a mile down the road. Your stories, I was trying to process, and I told Ray this, I was trying to process what it means to me. And the best analogy that I could come up with was that it's like, imagine that you're 45 or 50 years old and you just found out that you were adopted and you were able to track down your birth mother and you went to their family reunion and you got to hear some of these stories that you had no idea were really out there, but that in some way you were grounded in those stories. They were a part of you that you didn't even know. That's what this gathering has been for me. So thank you, Rockstars and Prophets. Thank you very much.
What a great way to draw to a conclusion this afternoon's portion of this gathering. We're going to have more time to talk amongst ourselves over meals and with other panels. So stay tuned for more.
And we're singing. Barry's going to play.
No, let's not do that. If that's okay. Yeah.
Barry's this is going to call for therapy for weeks. It's going to cost me a fortune.
Just a couple of reminders at 4:30. Rick, thank you. Rick is leading a tour of the property to show the new things that Stony Point is doing. And at 4:30 is also a 12-step meeting down at the end of the hall, and some room you can find it.
To the left.
To the left. And any other announcements that need to be made? We gather again for dinner at 5:30.
They open up early for us.
And the evening program begins at 7:30. Okay. 7 o'clock.
And you can
So,
still sign up for the interviews. Here's the sign-up sheet. There's still slots. And again, you can sign up here if you need to, but there are also slots on Friday and Saturday as well. So don't forget to sign up.
What you just said right there.
Like, is it 5:30 to 7?
Yeah.
5:30 to 6:50.
Let's figure this out.
Is what it says in the program. Okay? Go in peace.
Let's bring in it.
Exactly. You know?
Molly, you know what we did? What's that? It's just something that we did that I want to tell you that when we first started. We wrote a letter to every Mormon church, and we said, we are here, and we are available, and we are ready to serve. And because you are just exactly what you said, because you are right. This is Thursday. Really interview us. Okay. That's how I got the call at the downtown church. Because the thing is, just interview us. This is what we're asking for. And if we are the best one for the job, dare to choose us. Do you know what I mean? Because we just wrote it. Because every one like this, because if you don't do it, who will? And a group of us is true folk. That's what I mean.
But I have to tell you that for years, Janie knows, for years, I applied to every moral church that had one. Every single one of them, especially after the first Janie's car decision.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Every single.
But the thing is, now with 10 or 14 F.
Yeah, I finally had, probably we'll talk about this more. For a long time, I had this ministry, I was already working. I had this ministry coming out. That's what I did. And that's why I get calls. I did a lot of ministry. It's all good. I learned a lot. But,
you know, you've already got, like, having first call on your hip is like tying weights to your ankles and telling you to do swimming, right? And then you have queer young woman on top of that.
Yes,
Like,
believe it or not, a generation ago, it was the same.
Yeah. Well, what? So, I mean, I have my call now, thankfully, but I did not get my call for the system. I'm in a resident.
That's how you learn with God.
That's the other thing we did. We just started creating. And that was we taught fundraising. We taught because if they're not going to do it, then we have to do it ourselves. Well, then maybe, I mean, like you said, maybe it's time again. That's right, to write the letter. To write the letter because I was in the first class of Blues today. Yes, yes. Because I started 2 months after taking class. So this is a new generation. It's a new generation. What does it? Thank you. Thank you. I put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, but it's all about from seeking you. You're not going to get anywhere by getting confrontation.
Well, I do understand that. I'm not saying that you need to be confrontational, but it can't come from me either culture because it's personal, right? So maybe it's from people who
who are pastors and elders who. I did. I interviewed one person.
Some that need care, some that just feel they can't be by themselves.
Where's your
We're going into a home and things back right now.
Yeah.
Because it's being enemies are open. We got a 445. Not from the staff, we're only going to go down. Haven't been a part of any of what's going on in society. So we have more.
Okay.
That you would go and visit. And they will be visiting.
Yeah. I said it. I said it.
It has nothing to do with church. It has everything to do with people that are being treated like real yours.
I think that, I think one is in big me. Well, I mean, you're talking about so important to have personal relationships. And so to have people who are on session groups, elders, to advocate, and to actually
The reason I brought it up is a unique circumstance in our church that happened recently.
Well, I know that that's why you get a job, but you have to go through that channel. Like, I'm not a salesman,
in our congregation.
but that's where that's where you're made comfortable, and that's how you see each other. And you have to go through the channel.
It talks about all the events we've had.
Yeah, on one hand, it's about networking. On the other hand, you gotta go to the
Yeah, there you go. And talked about the last room. Not about sexual
they are
it's a legal issue that we had not addressed, but it was in I, in this one, I was entire room in this pro bono cases I bring. And I called that a certain Valero, who's now the head of it. And I told her what was happening. She said, well, she says, I've got two staff. She's now manager. She said, I've got two staff. I want her to be on it once. And so I just told her staff, I said, here's my participation. I know that we have.
Right. There are others out there who.
So if you have questions, and they did you up.
It's not to ask the queer person to say, hey, you're already, I know you are, it is not safe for say, hey, you've already let your neck out and once you get to the point where you're eligible for ordination, why don't you also go ahead and say, hey, you're tired of my person. Why don't you look at me? I'm not good with that. I think I'm saying, all you say is, you know, they know how to do it.
And I don't know if this would ring a bell. She was with several LGBT signed in 2007. I got an announcement and also, I was civil rights coordinating sexual orientation direction. So no transaction ever occurred with a homosexual person. It doesn't matter what person I was. And I got an
It's so good to see you. Thank you for all your support.
In front of about 700 people. But it's a journey for me. But you know, I got a message during this conference because people are watching it. And I got a message that said, ask me, do you know anybody that's ever turned around on their back then? Because we talk about that in our church. We don't know anybody. And anybody that
On the ground
it's
level,
been so
yeah.
fun. It is.
It's not that there's a lot of candidates.
Sharing.
Especially now that we can all be honest, right? You can say, I know what you guys are losing your credibility. We should be doing everybody equally, isn't that? Right. Later on.
Starting off.
You have a call. Well, not that. There are ways it's true. There are also ways in church. There are also ways in our community. As doing ministry. Individually. But
a lot of stuff. All the experience in the world doesn't prepare you for the next thing that you haven't experienced. Then it feels different. Some fresh help. Mary Spears.
Go ahead, you sit there, I'm done. Use it here.
It's my table. How dare you take the clerk's table?
Ask the characters to something.
Yes. That's right. I'm not convinced that Alice are getting digital. Yep. And so
I feel like it's one big
what would be more interesting there? Instead of doing here's what you know, but here, then yes, this case came along, this case came along, this case came along, we did this.
I think you're right. And
But that's not what it's about.
And you know,
so one is traditional holidays, one is
I think transgender.
transgender, right?
there is an opening. There's an opening.
Yeah. So Ruby, you go in?
Yes.
Great.
Theological resources, everything in here.
But we are creating a lot of
Thousand years ago, to get people shifted off the message, how they worry about it. Because then the version of the church is
So I know it's a true side. I'd rather say no if I've never had a conversation.
It's the same thing we give a young and I'm like, and he knows that we're Christians and still he is doing it. And so that's just like, yes, all he is
It's getting worse for us now. There's a lot of people. Oh, so they're taking the spirits out of you. Right. And I'm like, oh, no.
Can't buy another one. It's not for buying right now.
I just posted something.
Well, I mean, that can stop everybody.
So what we take?
Oh my gosh. Not the community and they But anyway, I got to
you are.
There's like all these other things. Several of us when I'm first time and just make it all go.
And they said these things were pretty general. Climate change. And I don't even know. I actually know this. We're going to first start to try to bring back all the money levels. They were 58 and this was I think we even have still.
That's true. A lot of stuff. Probably
I was like, I don't need to
There you are. QRD.org.
I had something.
Or maybe well, what I explained to my daughter so I tried to take her. I mean, we have a whole file. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of that stuff is saved in like Janie's records.
I think the issue that
I'm thinking, I'm digitizing all of stuff right now. The goal of doing is and 10 years ago, I was a little crazy because you never knew the right thing. But now, yes, look at that. Don't throw it out there.
Yeah, I have these boxes here. Stuff. I didn't even get through, so I have. And this, I forgot about this. March on Washington, moderator.
Well, so talk to Ray. Ray
Yeah.
But it will not come from.
Well,
and the thing is that he wasn't adopted.
I was just telling her.
Adopted, because usually, friends of mine that have been adopted, there were some. And some of
well, it's in our selection. And you're other countries, world churches, this just doesn't penetrate. Yet those people are the ones that make
Every month. It seems like they came out like 2 weeks.
Yes.
And we always got one. I never subscribed.
That's right.
And just think of what we're on. And then they used to say like, when we first started, they used to talk about how well organized.
Well, we were a paper tiger. let them think that.
It's well organized. The gay agenda.
Right.
Oh.
Well, wasn't them saying, the layman sometimes would scriptures brochures saying, look how horrible this stuff is, would have been saved for more information. The evangelist would always get a few people joining just from what they saw in the layman, so.
They spent a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Oil money.
Yeah, yes. So, I mean, that's really tough. You need to be an engineer or something. Yeah, they came out with these newspapers like. Did I really say Thank you. Just make sure everyone's I know. I'm not that kind of Christian. Oh, is she? Jenny's you're the one of the truth. Show me. Oh, she's a lot nicer. Oh, yeah. Such a lot. You do.
Watch it.
Oh, I better. I need to. No. I'm not a good trainer. Yeah,
Oh, right, yeah. So you have a
wow.
And how's your church?
Yeah.
And I will pay whatever costs.
Yeah, they've been really, I think, living into my travel. Just because it was
Right.
Yeah.
And thanks for doing it.
Yeah.
So have you been out for many years?
Yeah.
So aren't you glad to tell these things just so you can see each other?
It's true. It's true. I live in the same place.
Where are you now?
I'm in Queens. Yeah, we're already planning our next trip. We were like looking at vacation time, and then I was like, we should probably choose.
Check. This project was in Pittsburgh. Came to Baltimore. And she, Jan was supposed to come.
Just shut up.
Her name was Jan.
Just cry. Oh, I can't just ignore that.
Yeah.
He was little though. I don't even think he was 8 weeks.
Really? I have it in my books and stuff, and all of that. I don't think it's gonna do it anymore. She would invite them to Here's what Jackie did you find me? He's gone back home. Said he told me I just didn't hear him. There you go. These guys were. Yeah, we are 5:45. You're 5:45. Oh, well, and I think they're serving dinner at 5. No, 5:30. So we'll.
Well, then we have a question.
Yes, we have. Wow. No, I guess you have to read. I didn't, you know, through this to say what I or not be at. So there's a lot of that stuff in here.
Frustration. Electronic system is the fastest rate.
There's an empty spot at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You need to take it to the room and I'll go through it and see if there's anything I can put out. Here's a more update. Oh my gosh,
Today's Thursday. Thursday is pretty filled up. Yeah. You can have 7:30 tomorrow morning. Oh, okay.
That's
4:45 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow. 4:45.
You know, I don't understand what that thing made fish like us.
Oh, he's doing that.
Being
I don't even know who those people are. There's Keith. Where did he go? He was showing it. I don't know who else is in here. This is not going to be good unless. I love that song, Mary. I don't know who these people are. I kind of know. Katie, you know who these people are? In the book? These people.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I was just working out the rhythm a little bit because it's.
There's Keith. One of our guys. Got a beautiful puppy. Who was that? That isn't Chuck Owens, is it? Holy creepy. Where is he? He's in Des Moines, Iowa. Yeah, that's his mother. That could be Chuck. You're making look at me. There's this woman here. I think
So are they gonna have the words passed?
they're gonna have the words in that.
he was fit, but I don't know if he was I gotta show a picture. But I think none of us quite get those notes, right? It was like.
I will play it dramatically, just have to follow along.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
There's your
All right.
So it's, and we're just doing this acapella night.
Okay. All right.
Russ, oh, don't panic when you say, wait, what are you? And it's like, she didn't even have music. I got her singing again. But I think if we just sing.
Okay.
All right. Oh, so there we go. Wonderful. I hope that planned it ahead. That's what you do, but.
No problem. Okay, very good.
Thank you. That helped me, so I'm hoping everybody will pick on that. No, I saw some folks. needed to be done. I was speaking out of my authority, and I could be questioned on that. That's what the at one point I was supposed to, and so I'm going to do this. And I didn't say that. That's where it's coming. Well, and I wasn't necessarily planning on it. I mean, I thought about it, and it just sort of came out. And what I remember most is Chuck. Yes. He went, oh, just like that, because he just well, that's good because we needed to do that closer to it. Yeah, no, yeah. He and I talked a couple of times. First of all, I think their relationship was such that he was at home, did his job, he was going to have support the house. Sort of like when I said work. I mean, I know he had a job, but it's like I'm not sure he went through it. So that was hard. So when he said he needed to move closer to friends, and he that's all that. But this is what was going to be is they never was so scared that your patient was going to let his job. So, well, we did our hands, but as you said, he goes to the head chair. Rarely saw. So, you know, a whole year of himself plus the death with the sister. And the sister was so her son was the he and I talked several times, and I explained to him the problems and the fact that, you know, I can kick myself for we're not up to what walls we were finished. But since that time, I've talked to every single case member I know and said, make sure you're going to share something negative. So I talked to the next one, he said, you know, Chuck doesn't have David never put him down to share. And I hope you'll take this into consideration. And the son told me they will. Now, whether or not they did, I don't know. Then the second thing, that in our presence here, we have a life in the church, they pay $200 a year and $50,000 and then so that was not easy because the police report, the fire report, the gas station report wasn't all clear. So our financial person worked that 6, just beating them over the head. must be some family background. Well, thank you for what you've done over the years, and again, I lost so. But the last time we talked, I asked how it was going. I didn't ask this. But I, something he said, well, it's gonna take too long. I was. You're doing what I did. Wandering around with a puzzle.
Right, because they said it would be in here unless it got too noisy, and then they just wanted.
You have the authority to say that.
They didn't want to vote it either.
Exactly. So it wasn't voted on, it was not for. It's over on my board. We're talking about that.
And it doesn't say anything about where it is.
I think it's the room on the right side, right out here.
It's what we got, but we haven't seen anybody.
Haven't seen anybody? Oh, well.
Large. So I apologize. I didn't know what the reason.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure it wasn't another problem that I had.
No.
I still have my information. Okay, good.
Thank you.
He's about 15 minutes behind.
There's no slots left.
Well, I guess the option is the second column, I guess, known as.
Oh, there's two columns?
Yes, that was the idea, if necessary, I guess. But I don't know whether they have that capability or not. Another location. This is. That's going to be more than 15 minutes right there. I'll tell you that. Did you sign up for something? I'm just carrying from. Oh, I see. I can tell a story, but gosh, it started early. I put down, oh, wait a minute, dinner is always at 5:30. 6:15.
A little late. Late. Late is kind of how I. Okay. Universal time. Exactly. This is our Michigan. Sure, I'm going to, there's tape on the wall. There's tape there. Take that all over.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, well, that's pretty good. You can don't worry about that. Yeah, sure. Does it? Then I think that's perfect. Is that gonna hold it you? Thanks. Let's see. Unfortunately, I know all about the one of these. Me too, exactly. Well, it was better, but it's not. Well, I had it like, maybe 8 years ago, so now I probably got arthritis and stuff. I'm sure the state has it. I feel no end, I see no end. Oh, there it is. Can you see it? Yeah, with this, with my knees, I went to the doctor for the right knee, which was the one that was really giving me issues. And for some reason, that doctor just decided to do bilateral x-ray on both feet. Oh, yeah. Found a bone cyst.
There you go.
On the tibia bone. And so they did surgery to remove that cyst. And yes. You gonna need any more? I'm thinking maybe I'll do the. Yeah, a few people already had that problem. Okay, that's a good idea. So it takes at least 2 breaths. Take your leg off. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
So right now it's supposed to be, 5:45, so another 5 minutes.
And then Lisa's after. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we should sit in a different room and move and move here. You sit in that. What? What? Tylenol, I think. Oh. 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 No. Yeah, I do have 2 Tylenol just for you. These are strong ones. I think you think it should go. How would you? Well, I can hear. I mean, unless Judy went to her council day, she can talk about her, not PhD, something else. PhD stuff. That did go before the develops like a sovereign council. And over there, so that she presents herself, that she's doing around housing. And what has happened? She's doing these 3 different things: housing, women, and international human rights. That's her distinction. She's made 3 areas, but the other 1. But you saw the correlation. When that came in and uranium came in, remember the key they had here the houses. You know, when uranium came in, they cracked the walls of the houses. When HUD came in, they built fabricated houses away from the key. So what is the now the houses? Some houses are empty around the key. So what does that have to do with culture? So she's doing some higher. And she's doing something like money of them because there was a lot they put for egalitarian. You know, the women washed the walls, the men, or whatever. Everybody had their thing. That was much egalitarian. So Jean, did you go, Jean?
I did go, you're on.
We're on. Where's Jim and Jackie?
And Marie. Jim and Jackie are sitting. Jim and Jackie are in the dining hall.
I went to in high school. I just want to say that.
She what?
I used to go to a camp out of the Presbyterian, or the Synod of Pennsylvania, called Camp Show. When I was in high school, Camp Marvin.
Oh my God.
You know, I met them.
Oh my God.
All right.
Jean.
All right.
And where's Jim and Jackie?
Did you start late, Jean?
I started late. Yeah, I was supposed to be at 5.
Okay, and have you seen Sonny or Marie?
No.
Okay. Jean, I'll go get Jim and Jackie.
Where are they?
They're just sitting right in the dining hall.
Oh, great.
And if I see Marie or Sonny, I'll tell them they're a little later.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go.
You know, yeah. And I do, I feel like you know, all of that. Nobody has done anything to try to make them leave. And you have to report it. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna all you do is attempt to preach. You know, it's gonna be yeah. And that's fine. That is fine, yeah. Well, I can't. Yeah, yeah. Began developing. Right, yeah, yeah. That's your eye.
Right.
Yeah, right. So there are all these pieces, but she's the. Yeah.
the board is supposed to be at least 2/3. So it's really hard to get an attraction. Yeah. So there be some people who yes. So well, what do you think? Should we or sort of say wait, let's take that. Wait.